Hey, hey, how's it going? What's the plan for today, Borsch? I what I was just doing is like I drew a bunch of diagrams of what I want to build. What I want to build is I've been refactoring the whole LLM inference API of LLM framework because it was like done back in the days where you only had like 2,000 tokens of output and I like completely overcomplicated the API and I was like basically not able to vibe code with it. So I've been cleaning it up, and I think today is the first time where I'm actually going to do something practical with it. And I've also been building I asked Manus to build quite a few ideas that I wanted to try out. So I'll be looking at those. I've got kind of an implementation plan, which is so the thing I need to, ultimately the goal is to parse my bank statements and like group them in categories. And I want to do it in two ways. Like one, I want to have the LLM generate regex to like quickly match stuff that it already knows how to match, and then also like extract a category for stuff that's like not categorized. What the fuck, this camera? All right, hopefully. I think it's like in portrait mode and then like just like zooms in after a while. We'll see. Um, so I made like a plan of different steps and how I want to implement it, uh, because I want to like spread this across multiple like agents or like systems, yet come to like a coherent end where the tools the tools that I've been building like kind of connect all together, right? Um, oh, GeoGuessr. I love this dude, GeoWizard. He's just like such a funny guy to look at. I've watched a lot of like GeoGuessr with him, just because he's such an entertaining guy. So what I should play it one day. But it seems like a huge rabbit hole. I was just like, okay, this is gonna take over my life. So anyway, what the plan that I've been exploring, like the things that I've been exploring, is using SQLite a lot. And this time I'm going to try something where the feature I'm going to be building, and I'll explain a little bit more about that part, is going to be put into SQLite both as part of the program, but also as part of the implementation process, because it allows me to um, give the coding agent a very, very flexible and powerful way to basically look at the data of what it's currently building. Much more so than parsing the output of command line files and stuff like that. So I'm curious about that, and at the same time, I've got this dashboard and TMUX stuff that I've been exploring. So if I have the agent build stuff using SQLite, I can make a dashboard to follow what it's doing in SQLite pretty easily. So I had Manus build some of these parts already, which I'm going to start with just like exploring, do these things like even work? So I think this is something I built yesterday. I'm not going to go into it, which was just like, if you have a program that outputs JSON, make like a little dashboard out of it. I'll come back to this another day. The first tool I have, all of these I designed out in ChatGPT 5. And I gave the spec because I really love GPT-5. Like, it doesn't seem like that much of a powerful model change in itself, but the vibe change of it feels great. I I've really been liking it. So the idea in this first tool is you write a YAML which says like, oh, like make multiple tabs and panes in tmux and then run a program that you refresh. So let's try this one out. Like, YOLO, the funny thing with Manus, it could be like complete garbage, or it could be like great. So it's always a surprise. And the way I go about it is I just make a folder in my Vibe repository, where I then unzip the result from Manus, and then we just like are gonna look at this. So if we look at this, and then use it. How do I use this stuff? Okay, so we have apply a tmux dashboard. Do we have YAML examples? Okay, so demo YAML. Oof, that's already a complicated one. So it has a monitoring, a development, panes, all of that. I mean, we're going to do go run dot apply and then see what happens if we just like do demo YAML. So it's successfully created a tmux session, which if we attach it, we can kind of see stuff happening. So it's using paths that existed on Manus but don't exist here. Is that the only thing that's wrong? It looks like it, right? Let me update Crush. Is this? How do I do that? Oh my God. All right, so Crush is the charm bracelet agent. Yeah, I don't know what people have with GPT-5. I've been coding with it yesterday. It's been like a really pleasant experience. Like nothing went sideways. So that's pretty cool. What do you use for coding? I assume you're like you use like LLMs for coding, maybe? No, I think it's. I mean, it doesn't feel like AGI is here, but I think it's going to make like a real difference in how I program day to day. All right, so what did I want to do? Let's initialize this. I hope they have like GPT OSS in their models now. That'd be pretty cool to play with. Yeah, I've been using Cursor a lot. Like the new update for Cursor seems really, really nice. Okay, so this also has a bunch of other dashboards, which seem to work, right? This is pretty promising. I'm not sure if there should be stuff here on these panes. Overall, it seems like a little bit overcomplicated. Tmux kill session. Is that how it works? T dashboard demo. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Claude really annoys me because it just writes too much. That really is like my main gripe. And GPT-5 totally fixes that. Like I don't know, the analysis, the post analysis stuff that it did was just like so tight that I really like it. Not as cryptic as O3 used to be. All right, so do they have GPT OSS on here? They have Qwen 3 on Grok. That's pretty cool. And they have GPT OSS on OpenRouter. Let's try that one. Large model change to GPT OSS 120B. What can we start with? So because this guy, there's a test simple YAML. Let's have a look at this one. So it's two panes, both of which say refresh 5 and the current directory. Let's try that one. Let's see what happened on this one. So tmux dashboard, and then go run dot apply test simple YAML. And then tmux attach t test simple. See, there's something weird here where this should be refreshing, I think. Oh no, it doesn't have a refresh. This guy refreshes. Interesting. The bash LC is a little bit weird. I don't think we need that. So that's maybe the first task we can give Crush here is like, I don't think we need bash LC to launch commands. Let's see what GPT-OSS 120B does out of it. What? No, search for how the dashboard commands are executed. And then write a guide on the YAML format and how it is executed. Store in guide.md. Let's see what GPT-OSS 120B does out of this. It stops every time after calling a tool, which, you know, could be the tool calling issues with... that was fast. How do I show the side view? Do I just need to zoom out? Oh yeah, there we go. So we're at 12 cents. And we have a guide. So I'm gonna open cursor on this one. And I actually really want to get somewhere today. I don't want to do too much exploration. So I'm not sure if starting to play with GPT-OSS is like the best idea, but so I'm going to go into my Vibes repo, and I'm going to limit my scope to the tmux dashboard for now. So it'll just make things a little bit easier. Why does it not... Anyway, here we go. So what does this like guide look like? Dude, this is good. It only looked at 2 files. It looked at tmux and config. Yeah, this is solid. All right. Remove the bash lc wrapping and send keys as is. Yeah, and like the fact that it's on point with its notes means that you can let it run for way longer, and especially if the notes are actually tackling tech debt, Sonnet does the inverse. Sonnet just like expands with every set of notes that it takes. It will like expand its universe and do more and more and more. And it seems like GPT-5 is much better at like refocusing. Like the suggestions it gave me for certain things were like really good to kind of reduce the complexity of what I was building overall, which is, I think, you know, like one of the step factors. The what gets interesting, and you'll start seeing some of that in what I built today, is I think small models and just the way you build agents is going to allow us to do that with small models as well, and to have like really, because GPT-OSS 120B, right, like this here, seems a little bit, you know, like a little bit dumb. It didn't understand that I wanted to remove this code, you know, these kinds of things. Update the code as well. But it, I think there's a lot that can be fetched out here. I don't know if this is still running. The integration seems a little bit rough here. Maybe I'll switch to Kimi or Qwen 3. Right, so this stuff is pretty fun. Um, and the thing is that you can't host it for not much money either. Um, yeah, feel free to comment, Borsch. It's like I'm happy to answer questions. I know this is going to be a little bit focused on getting shit done. This looks like it started messing up the tool calls, huh? All right, I don't think this model is like all that ready. Also, how can I stop it? It's like kind of. Yeah, the tool calling format, I heard like this is their new Harmony format. So, you know, maybe it wasn't like the best idea to go in there with GPT OSS. So we're gonna switch model and we're gonna use Qwen. And I'm gonna use the Grok version, just see how fast my money flies out. Should I switch session and then continue? Oh, see, it did the multi-edit. It was just like not really good at continue removing the no fix and um oh, I don't know what I was saying. Anyway, and if I start like just like losing my time here, just switch back to cursor. Yeah, I don't know why it's so janky and like showing what it's doing. I mean, this is stuff that I actually work on today for my own framework, so maybe I'm missing something here in terms of showing the status of your agent. Okay, cool. Did it build it? I'm not super convinced by Crush. Like, what is going on down here? I mean, maybe at this point it's just like so many by the GPT OSS nonsense from before. What did it do? Okay. So now if I do this, and is there like a way to actually just like connect after that? No, there's not. So tmux attach t test simple, and this ran it without the bash lc, so that's cool. I'm gonna commit that. Actually, I haven't committed anything here. So we're gonna remove the binaries. And then I don't think there's another binary in here. No, this looks good. All right, cool. So add tmux dashboard. So this is a good start. It's not fully finished. Like one thing that I want to do now, and I'm just going to switch to cursor. I don't like Crush seems to be not only hanging, but it's like it is doing like really slow shit. So yeah, let's use cursor. So say as like update tmux go so that the refresh is not done in bash, just actually it does need to be in bash, right? Yeah, I think this is good enough for starters. So using glaze help system, is that how it works? Glaze help system. Does this tell me how to implement? No, this is like junk-ish. Using glaze and glaze help build first command. Add the glaze help system to the binary, then consolidate documentation into a how to, no, using tmux dashboard and writing tmux dashboard YAML files. C glaze help how to write good documentation pages for how to write them. Okay, so this is something I've been playing with. Like all my Go binaries have always had like their documentation included. So now I just need to refer to the binary and say like, you know, look up the documentation here. So I feel that small models like the Qwen 3, as I've been playing, Kimi and GPT-OSS, to me feel like Sonnet 3.5-ish equivalent. Maybe a little bit dumber, so you need to steer them more, but they seem really, really capable of doing real work, which before seemed to be more like the GPT 4.3.5 level, which I have done productive work with, but it was like a lot of grinding. Yeah, the job stuff is like interesting, right? It's, I have very utopian optimistic views, which is that it's going to, well, it's going to knock off software development off its pedestal a little bit in terms of labor, right? It's like suddenly you're replaceable, much more so than you before. But also the increase in ability to software means that you can actually suddenly write software for a whole market that didn't exist before, because individuals or small businesses couldn't really afford custom software, right? Like if you want a point of sale system, you're going to buy the ready-made point of sale system for $3,000 instead of paying someone, you know, $30K to build it. So actually the agent I'm going to build today, which is like cleaning up my bank accounts, I do want to try some of these small models and see if I can steer them to do a really good job. So I'm really curious about how this will work. And one of the first steps that was building this tmux dashboard so that I can track actually how it's implementing the lower level. And the one thing I'm going to do now, I'm going to open a different screen. I'm going to open Cursor again, and I am going to open the using inference API for Pinocchio, because I've overhauled the inference API of my framework, and it can do tool calling, it can do like all kinds of cool stuff, which means that we can now start to build like some really proper kind of agents and all of that, which is hopefully going to be really fun. So I do want to build these agents. Yeah, I think probably I should build them in Pinocchio. And so in Pinocchio, so the new API for all of this that I'm really excited about is it's a single function that's called like run inference, and it has event streaming for partial, tool calls, tool results, like all kinds of things here. You can pass event sync. So that's maybe the first thing I'm going to do is like, how do I pass the event syncs? So let me see. How do I pass event syncs to the inference engine only through context or differently? And yeah, so because there's like the event with engine with sync, want to pass additional ad hoc syncs at the run inference time, not just at engine creation time. So as I create this first agent, you'll see how this inference API works. Yeah, I'm really excited for this time of like building community targeting software, right? And I know it is not that crazy of an idea, because once people get LLM coding, the first thing they do is build all kinds of programs for themselves and for their friends and for their family, right? It's like that's the first thing when they suddenly are like, oh my God, I can like program all these things, is like usually the first move is not like, oh, I'm going to be so much more efficient at work. It's like, oh, I can build all the things I always wanted to build on the weekend. And I think at that point, turning that into, oh, but maybe there's someone who's going to do the sales part or like hustling to get customers. You can do these like very targeted, like smalls. Oh, that's great. That's great. What is she building? I'm gonna put this on screen. But yeah, that's also one of the reasons why I say like, don't keep programming and saying that vibe coding is not programming. Like you started somewhere, like your programs are shitty. And I'm sure there were like people who were like 20 years older than you was saying like, oh, you with your basic and your microcomputer, you don't know how to program. Or like, someone's like, oh, you just copy pasting stuff from Stack Overflow. I was like, yeah, but what was your first program? Like, it's like, these are people who tell a computer what to do, and thus they're programmers. they're like programming a machine. And there's absolutely zero reason to minimize the impact of what that means, I think. And sure, there's going to be idiots saying like, oh my God, I can like build all these like 15,000 like ad driven businesses, but like whatever. Don't care about these people. There's like plenty of people who now feel empowered to do things with a computer, just like you were, or hopefully still are. So let's see, both configure default syncs on the engine at creation and ad hoc syncs per call via, okay, cool. So can I do event via, okay, new start event, publish event to context. How can we unify this to not have to publish calls? So this is going to be GPT-5 doing a recommendation on how to do something. So not only is its reasoning, I think, going to be good. Let's see how the traces are actually. I haven't looked at this. Oh, those are actually fairly interesting. I still miss the Gemini 2.5 Pro on sensor traces, but yeah, interesting. It says like throughput or performance requirements involved. That's always like a little bit of a red flag for me, but we'll see. So this is great, right? I want to ensure that there's no unused functions remaining in the code. Just like cleaning up after itself is like, I think, a real differentiator, which I'm sure can be done through prompting, right? I'm sure that's like how certain agents are just like a little bit better than others, is that they care a little bit more about this stuff. But this removes code after it's done, which is great. So it also says like, I see some inconsistent behavior in Claude's code when it comes to event publishing. It's best to unify all events. So, but now I'm wondering if the Claude engine actually publishes the start event. I didn't notice it in the non-streaming code. So I'm going to remove the non-streaming code from Claude. Yeah, so this is cool. I like this like cleanup thing. Yeah, exactly, right. It's like a generational thing that we've kind of already begun that we kind of already been gone through, like, I mean, plenty of times, right? It's like when I started and I was just like hacking on my GCC and like looping things into the build on my like laptop, like mini laptop, or telling me, we're like 20 years older, being like, you need to write on paper and like batch jobs and Unix and big open VMS, whatever. And I was like, I'm not gonna, no, I'm just gonna build it until it works. And it's only like, then it took like a bunch of time until we called it unit testing and like CI/CD, right? It's like we have all these workflows now to discover, centered around, well, now that we can generate code speaking human language, what does that mean and how do we maintain that over time? Because at the end of the day, the code doesn't matter except for the people who like solving puzzles, right? It's uh, it's like I have an idea in mind of what the computer should do. It's like if it does it, then it does it. And sure, if I want to like solve little programming puzzles of like I want to build my own implementation of this algorithm, then sure, go ahead, right? But if the computer can do it on its own, um, I so what do you mean by muddied prompt engineering crepusculum? Um, oh, that's and Borsch, that's amazing. I love it. I love this. This is amazing. I mean, this was the feeling I had with my basic back in the days. I could also get like stuff done for myself in 30 minutes, right? It'd be just like, oh, please enter the string and enter the string, and then I'm gonna put them in a file. It was like, I mean, it was ridiculous in terms of like compared to like writing a real program, but also like who cares? Like I had built a program that was like perfect. Um, no, I mean like muddied, like muddied in sense of like what do you understand by prompt engineering and how did the vibe coding name impact that? All right. So remove the non-streaming part of Claude. I'm going to commit before I move on. And hopefully I'm not going to... What does this actually do? I should like spend a little bit more time doing code review because I've been YOLOing a little bit too hard lately. And means I have like no idea of what my frameworks are turning into. So at some point I should have just like follow a tutorial on my own framework. All right, this is a lot of deprecated documentation because I had to do like a run yesterday with GPT-5, like, just like kill the documentation you think is like irrelevant, and it killed a lot. So we have streaming inference with tools as a tutorial. That's pretty good. Then it modifies the Claude stuff here. What does it look like without white space? Okay, so it replaces the publish event plus publish event to publish event, which is great. That's exactly what I had in mind. So this is a good commit. So git CI art unify publishing events API. Since we only do streaming at this point. Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Like Tech Bros is kind of like boogeyman in some sense. It's like, so like what does that even mean? And does it mean like Andrei Karpati came up with this like term vibe coding? But I feel that the community is certainly much more nuanced, I guess. Like there's certainly the whole Silicon Valley venture capital crowd, like young people who still believe that this is a path forward. Um, but also, I think vibe coding is a really, really important thing in terms of like community building development. Is like telling the computer what to do and not looking at the code is how you can build software together with someone who doesn't want to look, who doesn't know how to look at the code, right? So you can sit down with your designer or like your friends and kind of like vibe code, just like typing things into the computer and seeing what comes out. And I think that's a really important modality. Maybe you'll throw it all away afterwards, but the part that you kind of like built together and iterated on is just as important as, well, more important than the code itself, even if you as an engineer need to tighten things up later, right? It's like this vibe coding part is very much a very, very valid and maybe the thing that LLMs enable now is like staying in different cognitive mode that actually enables more human communication, right? Because if I start coding and thinking about my for loops and my types, I just can't talk to you as a human being. I'll just be like robo brain. Um, yeah, this is great. Like maybe you can have her. I don't know what she's using to build it. You said Lovable, I think. I've been like I never programmed like mobile apps. I used Expo Dev. You know, it basically is React, and I had my first mobile apps, and it's just like so fun. I have one for developing my film, and it just feels so good to finally have my phone do stuff for me. Um, yeah, exactly. Like the ability to have, they don't need to be functional, right? Like, and also that's, I think, something that a lot of programmers miss, and a lesson that I certainly had to learn is that your program doesn't need to work all that great to be really useful, right? It's like, um, so you mean real traction in the developer space because people like normal developers are just like, I'm not going to do what people in Silicon Valley do, or how do you? Because at the end of the day, everybody in the programming field is kind of a tech bro. Like we're insanely privileged in terms of labor and having the opportunity to get like real salaries, right? Or like real salaries, like salaries that are something that everybody should be getting at the end of the day. The ability to at least in the U.S., right, to afford healthcare and all of those things. It's like everybody working in tech is kind of like a tech bro at the end of the day, whether whether you pretend to be or not. Um, all right, where was yeah, right. It's like in terms of communication, is like if you sit down with someone and you're like, oh, make an app to like track tooth, and then your daughter says like, well, I want to have like a drag and drop and maybe take a picture, and then the LLM does that, and you like say, oh, well, I think we just need to add this little keyword to make it work. Then like she's more of the author of the app than you are, right? Um, uh, what's 2EB3? I think it's a buoy. It's like I don't know. There's certainly people who are like more VC pilled and accelerationist than others, and more blind to their. Yeah, but then people associate tech bro with AI right now, except AI works like much better than Web3, or actually has like so many productive uses. I mean, there's certainly an overlap, but like, yeah. Anyway, I wanted to program today, so let me go back to something a little bit more, a little more code oriented. So I've been cleaning up a few things. Let's see if my tools still work. So I do have here an example that's called generic tool calling. Generic tool calling, which is going to just call like a weather tool. And it's if I remove the logging, this like insane logging, it's doing like streaming output. So that kind of worked. Has tool call, tool result, and then the assistant sends something back. Do we have like the first? Run tool calling loop. Yeah, we'll see this more precisely after that. Actually, maybe I should turn this into debug logs. Turn info logging in helpers.go into debug logging. I think, as sad as it is that engineering as a profession is going to basically join the lower echelon, ultimately, I think this is like, in a sense, a positive change, in the sense that it will make clear that this like privileged role that engineering has had over the last 2 decades, 3 decades, is going to show people now you're just like on the exploitable labor side of the equation just as well. And you got to organize, right? It's like, or find models that, like, I think there's a lot of the structures around building software that are just going to crumble, because if you can't fire 80% of your workers, engineers, because AI does it, then that means you kind of created like 4 competitors, right? Because these people also have AI. And so what does that mean at the end of the day, if like suddenly you have all these, because one thing I learned working in retail and like small family businesses, there's a ton of like little engineering teams that just like do their job for one retail business, and they have like their own logistics internal software, and then they just stay for 20 years, 30 years, just like running their stuff, which is great. I think that's how like software should be built. All right. So this still seems to be working for OpenAI. The weather tool has been called, and then if you use Sonnet, that'll work with the, yeah. All right, cool. So we're also going to be clean house a bit, remove blocking Claude inference. I think this even lints, doesn't it? This is pretty cool. I'm not going to format now. All right, so we run inference thing. So the thing I want to build is, how complex are we going to make this to start with? Is I have a whole set of like bank transaction CSVs, which I'll have to clean before I show them on screen after that. But and I want to parse them and like infer like categories for them. And I want to do that through an LLM. And how am I going to do this? How am I going to start my agent? How am I going to start my agent? I'm just going to make like a minimal chat agent with tool calling, right? With just like standard in, standard out. So this is maybe where I will be using the plan mode. So I'm going to say, look at tutorial 01 streaming inference with tools, and 06 inference and 04 events. this might be a little bit too much, but whatever. Create a simple agent with user input, and if you in Pinocchio command example, no agents, simple chat agent MD, where we display calls and pretty using charm bracelet lip gloss, and have any REPL. Add a simple calculator and what is another tool that we could, a simple calculator tool. Hopefully that's enough. Let's see what it does here. Hopefully I cleaned up the API enough that it does a good job. And if it doesn't, we'll have GPT-5 update either the documentation or the API itself to clarify these things, right? Like that's something else that I found, which is like, it was really giving me good feedback when I asked it like, oh, what could have been better in all of this? Without going, like Sonnet at this point just like goes berserk and gives like a lot of like way too over-engineered and like kind of irrelevant pattern matchy things. This was like much more recent. That said, I never really used Opus, so it's probably just like the Sonnet straightforward stuff. But we'll see. So I had Manus build a couple of other things. I had Manus build a set of CLI verbs to inspect what I call turns. So this is interesting because this is using this framework that I want to use at work, an entity framework. Not too happy about the Stands with Israel thing, but whatever. And it does like, it's an interesting thing because it's an ORM take that I hadn't really fully seen before as is. And I haven't like used something similar. But oh, so it's creating a document. That's interesting. Because I wanted it to build the software, right? So build the software. And one thing I'm going to add to this workspace I have now, right? Like I have my workspace manager, and we're currently working in Use Inference API for Pinocchio, which has a bunch of repos. I'm going to add to this workspace, I'm going to add the uh-oh repository, and uh-oh is a little wrapper around charm bracelet which is like a form library, and then uh-oh provides you a DSL to do these forms. And then I'll start showing you like where we're getting with all of this agent framework that hopefully is going to work out the way I want it to work out. So let me see. Uh-oh. Hey, SNC, how's it going? Yeah, I'm not going to get into politics. It's going good. Coding a little bit. All right, so what is it doing here? It like built the agent. It struggled with the go work use, which I knew. That's like when I do a WSM add, it's it broke. I should have been mindful with this. No, so build the software, like write the software, write the simple agent, and then build it. I'll run it myself though. All right, yeah, write the simple agent. I don't know what Cursor did. I really kind of, I mean, I was using Cursor more in the recent days as well. Um, and their new agent, I don't know, it's been fine. Like GPT-5 slow as fuck, which I don't know if it's the model itself or it's just like the early days of it. But uh, this is good. What is it doing here? No, called the binary glaze help. Why doesn't, oh, actually, maybe I should just rewind. Use the glaze CLI tool to get the docs. All right, this is going to be interesting because this points towards the documentation not being good, right? The fact that it has like broken package imports and that kind of stuff. Oh, hey, Juan, what was like a registry and like SQLite, the stuff I showed, or like what are you referring to? I'm going to start working on two things at once. I know it's like confusing for people on stream, but what I have it do now is like it just uses a command line verb. Like all my command line verbs include their own documentation about the framework that they've been using. So right, like I can look at all these topics, and some of them will just tell you like, oh, this is how you should build your first command, right? Or like things like this. And then it also has this kind of like UI that you can use also, right? Like if you want to get help around the GQ mode, you can look at it and then you can put it into your clipboard and then just basically put it back. Also, this is a quick way to basically, when I use Manus, for example, I tell it like, oh, install this binary and then just use the binary for the documentation. Yeah, crepusculum. It's like yeah, it's sometimes I just have too much going on. The thing is like that's weird with like GPT-5 where I had like three going and they were all each doing a pretty good job. I was like, I can't, even if all of this works, like I just can't deal with it, right? It's like I was able to steer it to something that's pretty successful, looks great, and I just like I need 3 days to ingest it. And I've definitely been getting to a part where I'm just like actually generating too much slop and like letting it go out of my control in a way that's not good for my colleagues and not good for me. So today I've been going back to using my sketchbook more because I realized I hadn't done this in like a long time, where I basically design out my software on paper. And this has been, I think, really good to see. The four things that I'm going to build in parallel today are going to be converging into what I actually want to build, right? So we have this Tmux dashboard thing, which I started with, which is basically you have a YAML file and then you give it oh my god. You create a YAML with it, and then it basically creates a Tmux dashboard for you. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. So Juan, I'm going to try something today. So what Juan is referring to is that you can easily tell the model just like use SQLite to manage your tasks or use SQLite to manage your agents. GPT-5 is great because like Sonnet just like tends to do too much when it builds the schema, and then you just need to say like, look at this database and like continue. And it's able to figure out, oh, this seems to be like a task system, and like let me look at the tasks. And today I'm going to try something a little bit different. I'm not going to use agents and tasks in SQLite because I find the agents are actually pretty good at doing that anyway. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, from the start, use the SQLite to store basically what is logs and is like data from my application that I want to build, so that the agent is able to look at not just like log output, but actually able to query, oh, in the last run, like what was the issue with the metadata or whatever, and able to do like much more targeted queries than having to look at 1,500 lines of logs and blasting its context window, right? So I'm curious to see where that goes. So what I did here is this Tmux dashboard tool. This Tmux dashboard tool is now incorporates the help, right? So now if I do go run help, suddenly I have this like little help system in the binary itself. So the things that I can do now is because Tmux dashboard, right? I can build it into local bin Tmux dashboard, and then can basically do this. And we're going to try with Crush actually, and GPT OSS. Let's do Qwen. Call tmux dashboard help dash all. Then build me a dashboard that shows the latest. What should we show? Time. Is there like kind of and the status of a few Ubuntu systemd services, and hopefully Qwen will be able to figure out what documents it needs to read. So, holy shit, this was fast. So what was the error here? Why is there like a write error? Man, Crush is like just great. I really have to like build my own. Permission required, bash. Tmux dashboard. It's apply, right? I don't know what's going on here. It just like has no UI. Fuck this. This is like buggy as well. I mean, I built from main, which was maybe, like not the best idea, maybe. Maybe they do have like some more gated releases. Let me look before I, just like living on the bleeding edge. So what do they say about installing it? npm install. Go install. Yeah, where's my crashing Crush also? Oh, I killed it. Okay. Let's see if they're like npm install is like better. Which Crush? Go bin Crush. Which Crush? Crush. Switch session. Tmux dashboard. Hey, that looks better. Oh, you know what? I was hacking like fuck on my Crush. That's why. I'm gonna say continue. This stuff eats so much CPU. I guess it's gotten better. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, I saw some thinking tokens go by. Why is there so few visibility in this? So, oh, there we go. So Tmux dashboard main. Wait, why is it replacing everything? The fuck is that? No, not a good idea here. All right, maybe this was like a little bit too much. Systemd dash was Qwen 3 at least able to build a dashboard that worked. Unsupported version 0. So you need to have like version 2 in there. Session name is required. I'm going to test this with AmpCode actually. So amp try GPT-5. I'm going to say run go run dot help dash dash all, and then build a simple dashboard showing the current time, current system load, and the status of a few systemd services. Use tmux capture pane to make sure it works. Yeah, you're running GPT-5 and like an agent, or you just like ChatGPT, the web page. I also kind of really like the changes they did to the web app, to be honest. Like I know a lot of people hate not being able to choose the model. I found the model chooser to work quite well, and it's been like very pleasant. But I think I have like a much more kind of like pragmatic way of going at it, and don't care so much about its personality. I do like I don't know. I just find it like very tight. I like it. I've been really enjoying it on the web page as well, which actually is interesting because I haven't used it to do transcribe, right? Like 4.0 would just be like, oh yeah, sure, I'll just transcribe it using myself, not like using your VLM capability. Like that's the weird thing where like, you know, O3 and whatever was like not able. So that's cool. I don't expect it to understand any of this garbage here, but it's an interesting part. So I mean, it seems to have like been able to. And what is it doing? Tmux delete buffer. Why do I have to always like allow tmux? This is really annoying. Is it because I have a bug in my permissions? Okay, so I don't have my Emacs running. Permission data, permission rules. Allow bash command, like, oh my god. So should I just do allow bash tmux? Allow bash command tmux capture pane? Right? Like star, right? Yeah, waiting for Emacs. Yeah, I'm closing you. Man. Yeah, but like, get out of your loop, you fuck. Anyway. Like, I wonder if like the sleep star now just allows it to like run all of this without even checking. Interesting. So I don't know if it's like doing all that great here. Maybe I'll have to. I'm so annoyed that it like is not able to loop, even though I like allowed Tmux capture paint, for example. All right. Anyway, so write the simple agent. So it built our simple agent here. I'm doing two things at once, right? Like I have my Tmux dashboard utility, which I'm going to use to, when I build my next feature, look at a dashboard of what I'm building. And then at the same time, I'm building like here a very simple agent. We can see it has like the same issues that the previous one had. So now update the documentation to avoid these errors, make a list of what could be better. And I see that we again have kind of new Go version is available. Sure. Upgrade. Oh my God, this is just like so fucking annoying. I hate this Go work nonsense because like it always keeps resetting itself. I mean, it's my fault, but and then everything stops working in. Oh my God, I hate this shit. Go work use dot. Why is this like the old Geppetto thing? Fuck this. Tool chain go 124.5. Because then the Go PLS like starts mucking about. So I hope that this works enough. And restart Go language server. All right, so update the documentation to avoid these errors, make a list of what could be better. And then here, script services. I need to replace that third command with bash lc. So it's struggling with parsing shell commands, like what a surprise. So maybe this removal of bash lc was not the best idea, actually. Maybe I should have known better. So what's this thing about bash-lc? God damn it, like... All right, so it's doing improvement. What did it change? I don't know what it changed because it's showing me the full diff. What did it add? So it added, yeah. So this is the kind of stuff that I want to be perfect in my tutorials, right? To avoid basically the tutorial failing for some stupid reasons. In our dashboard, we switched the services pane to use a script and added services.sh, avoiding the need for bash lc. Yeah, so that's cool. So run it and validate that it works now. Okay, documentation updated, corrected event types. What could be better? Event API doc consistency. Examples should consistently use partial completion start. Provide a small cheat sheet. Document the correct message signature. Add a short section on pretty printing JSON payloads. Include a... Yeah, this is great. These are all great suggestions, right? Which don't go overboard, but are like, oh, link to the exact event types. Add a run snippet. Yeah, so it's like implement all of these improvements. I really like that. And hopefully our little chat agent here actually works. Let's look at the source code, because then you'll be able to see, and I'm going to be able to see if this like API improvement that I did is all that great. So we define a simple agent command. The setting struct has the Pinocchio profile. This is something I might want to remove because it's already in there. So the command description, it creates the Geppetto layers. I think this like Pinocchio profile is going to fail. It uses lip gloss, but it doesn't use charm bracelet beyond lip gloss, which is good. It doesn't do bubble tea. The calculator is pretty simple. What is the calculator documentation? We'll see. Then here it has a pretty printer for the chat events. This is great. It runs into a writer. It builds a new event router, new engine, creates an in-memory tool registry. Very simple documentation here. Optionally configure engine tools if supported by the provider. Okay. So I want to have a specific API, like named interface for that. And then it creates a configuration, then it runs this, scans, and has a very simple agent loop. So that's cool. Oh, this was looking at the main file. So hopefully, I hope that this is good as well. This looks like the exact same stuff. Yeah, why is this used by another chat? Let's close these. And what about our... I should just allow like Tmux star, huh? Oh my god, and now I fucked it up again. But I added Tmux capture pane star. I don't know, man. Okay, amp is good. Okay. Do I want to validate that? Sure. What opened here? So what did it do? Git add docs, scripts, simple dashboard, and screenshots. Okay, and this is setting up the help. All right, cool. Add help system to Tmux dashboard. Go run dot apply. What do we have here? What was the YAML that we added? Simple dashboard. Go run dot apply simple dashboard. Why is this not completing files? But okay, so we have simple sys dash. And if we attach to simple sys dash, so if I close this, tmux attach simple sys dash, we have the simple load, and then we have something here. Okay, this is good enough for me. This was like more an experiment. Really, it's more this part here. It updated the simple agent MD. It updated the 048 events MD and the inference engines MD. It added 9 lines here. I don't. This Pinocchio profile, it doesn't need it. It added 1 line here. It added 47 lines here. But it didn't do all of these improvements, right? Add all the other documentation improvements. Also remove the Pinocchio profile flag because that is already handled by the Geppetto layers. And I'm going to go through while this is going. And hopefully we'll have like an interactive agent with a calculator when we come back, which to me is going to be like a gigantic success because it's going to be like my first agent. Well, at least my first open source private agent, which is a huge deal, right? For me, for no one else. All right. Let's go try this agent, huh? Did it remove the Pinocchio file? It did. All right. Well, I am curious. So use inference API for this. Git add command. And then we're going to go into Geppetto as well because there's changes over there. And I think I'm going to leave the Tmux dashboard by the side now. I think it's not all that great or useful. It probably can be replaced with a little shell script, so I'm not going to give it all that much more thought. Here, there's no code that changes. It's all like documentation. And then here, I'm going to say sparkles, add test agent. What's the code gen, actually? What has this turned into? Yeah, code gen removed. That's good. So let's try it. Go agent, simple agent, chat agent. Simple chat agent. And then simple chat agent, WQ to quit. Hello. Cool. You didn't have an API key. You need an API key. So I think the flag part is not working. It's like, oh, it actually needs to have. Okay, I'm going to discard this. Yes. Yes. Okay. The problem here is that this application was not named. It needs to initialize Viper properly. So I'm going to add this. Add init Viper and initializing the logging like in tool generic tool calling main.go and update the documentation accordingly for each Geppetto command, because we want that for each Geppetto based tool. That will fix it, because it basically it needs to it loads most of it from the Viper configuration, which is stored as the Pinocchio config. I don't want to like. I need to get rid of Viper, which is the config file framework in Go. It doesn't do me any favors at this point. It's like kind of over-engineered and doesn't fully fit my needs. So there we go. Hopefully it got it right. Yeah, and don't forget the persistent pre-run. Don't forget the persistent pre-run on the root command as well. I really like the queuing things. It's just super great. Really enjoy that, and I'll probably add it to my own agent as soon as possible. Okay, Tmux dashboard, not all that successful, to be honest. Not all that successful, but so be it. We're going to switch to the next Manus thing, which is building a whole set of turn and printouts and stuff, which I will get into because this is going to be the next step for building our agent. And it's on my diagrams as well. So what I'm trying to get at is an agent that parses my bank accounts, transcripts, and like generates either categories for individual transactions or generates regex that I can apply to automatically get said categories, right? Like if something's like always Amazon, blah, 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 I want it to be Amazon category. But I built it so that I can parallelize things. So one of the things that I want to have is, so I haven't used Dolt actually. Did I trigger a Manus for that? I don't know. But I wanted to have this EndGo framework for relational things, and I wanted to implement the data structure that I'm going to use to control my agent loop. And the structure is, instead of having a conversation with messages, what I have is a sequence of turns. And each of these turns has actually a conversation on its own because I want to separate inference steps, which is what you call like conversation plus messages traditionally, from the turns that the agent takes, right? So at each turn, I can actually completely transform the conversation. But from the view of the user, it's still like a turn-by-turn kind of interaction with it, right? So I separate that from the conversation. So a turn has a conversation and metadata, and then each conversation has messages, and each message has metadata. And I want this to have it to be in a SQLite database, not just for storage, but because as I am the system, I can give the coding agent insight into the SQLite so it can verify what it did just before. And I was able to give that to Manus to say, like, build the SQL for this turn structure. So one of the things here was building a dashboard with YAML with Manus, which is what we just looked at. I don't think it worked all that well, and I'll probably just like stick with the shell script. But then there's this like, what is this arrow again? It's like storing the metadata and the schema, storing it in AMP. What is this? Yeah, this is what we're looking at, is like basically I delegated this thing to Manus, and there's a couple of other things here. So this is the structure of the agent itself, which we'll get to. And we built our first prototype now with the documentation that we just looked at, right? So there's, I thought I had more things that I delegated to Manus, but it doesn't look like that. I thought I had 3 things, but 2 of them might just be this. All right, cool. So, I'm going to I downloaded it, right? So we're going to look at this EndGo turn-by-turn kind of system and see turn inspector. Turn inspector, which is, yep. So we're going to see what this looks like. Go work, use dot, go run dot. And then it tells us create a new conversation turn, readme, delete. What does list turns? We do have turns with the metadata count, help. Okay, this doesn't look all that useful. Show, turn, I1. Okay, cool. So this seems to be working. Query, search. Okay, show database statistics, stats, total turns, total blocks, turn metadata entries, block, average blocks per turn. So I guess we do want to extend this to have runs, right? So I'm gonna commit this. What is the, gonna remove turn inspector. Actually, let me just add them to git ignore turn inspector, turns db, and then just add this. Add turn inspector demo. And I'm going to expand this a little bit. And, you know, why not use GPT-5? And I'm going to say expand this system to have a top level runs structure, each run having its own turns and each run having its own metadata. Once you are done, use Glaze help system and Glaze help how to write good documentation pages, and Glaze help build first command to make this into a Glaze system that has a glazed help system, to turn this into a CLI tool with glazed help system support and documentation on how to use it. All right, so this has now hopefully added the persistent pre-run on the root command as well. Did it do that in here? Main root command, persistent pre-run, you need from Viper. Perfect. So let's try this again, huh? Where was our agent? Here. So it has all the commands that it needs. And now it should be able to say, hello. Hello, how can I assist you today? So it's printing it out twice. What's up? Okay. So that is something we can fix. But before we do that, let's just fix the documentation. Update documentation after building first interactive agent in Pinocchio. And we're going to go Pinocchio and, you know, do the same thing. Sparkles, books, add simple chat agent that kind of works, and not lint it yet. And if we go back here, the agent prints out events twice as they come in. Probably a double listener, double event publishing. All right. So I think it is a single one because it output exactly the same text twice, right? It said like, hello, how can I assist you today? So I think it's just like listening to the events twice or emitting the events twice. Which is good. Like I don't know how I would have done two inferences, but this is really cool. Like this was fully Vibe, right? And it's like, what tools do you have? I have a calculator tool that can do this. Give me examples. So you can calculate 50 plus 33. Yeah, perfect. The result of is 88. Yeah, that's perfect. And then go generate turn inspector, always allow this. I should make my editor just like, oh, go work use. Okay. We're having trouble connecting to OpenAI. Sure. Can I zoom out like a little bit? This is like a little bit too big. Is this still? Okay, cool. But this works better than I expected, to be honest. And you'll see, I'm going to add something really, really fucking cool in the next step. So what was the fix? Building to validate it. Avoid double events revealing on sync. Because it passed the sync twice. Oh yeah, it passed the sync twice. Well, that's it. All right. Which means that, hello, what's the square root of 2? Compute. Yeah, this is sweet. Why does it do the back things? Anyway, what do I want to fix is like also print tool call results, because it doesn't seem to print out the tool call result. Also show tool call IDs when receiving events. Man, I'm happy. This is the stuff I was like impossible to vibe code with my previous API. I wonder how much context this is going to burn. Use sub agents as needed. What is this adding? Name, tool ID. It's not showing the tool results, right? Even though it should. And it already had printing the ID before. And so the next step is going to be, once this run stuff is like nice in its own little self-contained system, right? I will actually import that into the main agent. And I wonder where I'm going to build this main agent. I don't want to build it in Pinocchio. Maybe I'll build it in Pinocchio for now, and I'll just move it later. Because I don't want to pull in like one more repo into all of this. No, what is it doing? No. Call glaze help to read the documentation. Don't create it. Delete the files you just created. All right. I don't think we are seeing the tool result events being emitted. So if I do log level debug with color, what happens? Compute 1 plus 2. Extract tool calls, analyzing, execute tool calls, converting tool call, executing tool execution completed, applying tool results. So I'm just going to paste this, and I'm just going to say based on the log, which is like, right, like I want to be able to store these logs in, or something equivalent to the logs and like SQLite, so that I don't have to either paste it, and like this is a shit ton of tokens, right? So having it more tailored, the access to the information that's necessary to make sure that things are working well is going to be pretty interesting. And actually, this gives me like a good idea of what to build, which is I'm going to go to Manus and I'm going to build a SQLite backed backend for Zerolog in Golang to store logs and structured data in SQLite. Yeah, I think that's enough. Huh? All right, this is actually making progress. I like it. And so I have a list in my images that I drew. I really should have gone back to this style of development earlier because it really is what I want. So what we have now is we're basically kind of here in terms of building the agents. Right, we have a console and a little events, and now we're going to start adding metadata to messages, which we already have. We're going to add the turn structure, which is what we currently have cooking in AMP code based on something that Manus built. We also have connected the streaming to not to a Dialog Boba TUI, but just like a streaming Lipgloss UI for the REPL, which is already pretty nice. And interesting. What did it change here? Actually, it added printing out the tool call execution result. Oh, because this is the conversation message, right? Which will kind of never be called because the LLM's not going to stream out a tool result. But the tool call execution result and the tool call execute is something we were missing, right? And so we're going to test that. Once it's done, it's adding it to the documentation, which is pretty nice. I mean, the documentation is just like a regurgitation of the source code. So update the simple chat agent MD to be an actual documentation page according to Glaze help how to write good documentation pages. All right, let's try this out. Without the sorry, without the debug logs, compute 1 plus 2. All right, cool. So we have tool call, tool execute twice, execute result twice. Okay, so that's interesting too. We're going to add the debug logging this time. Compute 1 plus 23. And then who's emitting this twice? All right. Seems like we are now emitting execute. All right. And this should be pseudocode. So use pseudocode sketch and mention APIs used and reference other doc pages in simple chat agent. No need to have a copy of the source in there. I really like being able to queue stuff. Really helps my brain offload stuff quickly. All right. So Mcode has built all of this. We won't create local docs. Use build and try. Current state deleted. I removed the deleted current states. Run features. Oh, so I deleted them, right? So read the files. Update. Did it add the runs? Yeah. Read the files. Update the binary. Add turn inspector specific documentation. Read the glaze help. Update the binary to have the help system that's going to be the first step, and then in a sub agent. What we're going to do after that is like transform all the verbs into glazed verbs to have structured output, and that's going to be useful to build dashboards. And then we'll be able to build a turn system into our agent, and at the same time as the agent is going, we will have a SQLite to inspect, and then we can basically give the agent a way to inspect the conversation that I'm having with the agent, or like, you know, have it like be able to resume sessions or stuff like that, while also verifying that it's doing the right stuff without having to like read the full logs, for example, because it's going to be able to like select specific metadata and all of these things. So I'm curious, this is like a new approach where I can have an insight into what it's running in the agents, and then also have the agent itself be able to do a token efficient introspection of what it's building. I don't know if it's going to work all that well, but we'll see. So this is running too. And then I had some more Manus things that it built this morning. So, oh yeah, so this was manage goat milk farm with and Dalt. So that was the third Manus that I had on my little pages here. Is like, I wanted to play with Dalt, which is like a version control for DBs here. And so I just said like build one, right? For goat milk farm, and then hopeful ran it, goat manager goat, tag ID, and then milk, health, breeding, feed, farm. How does it work in terms of revision? 74 Go source files. Oh, that's because of generation. Output formats, configuration, architecture, project structure, database schema. All entities are version and tracked to Dalt's built-in things. So, getting started. Commit your changes. Well, I'll be damned if this works. I don't know if I want to explore it now, though. And then here we have our SQLite backend for Zerolog, which is like use key value table for the entries, not just JSON, right? Okay, cool. So this has a stats pseudocode style for the docs. This is perfect. And see, it still has like the full doc. Still has the full source. It still has the full source. And remove it, keep the pseudocode, add full paragraphs for different parts of the pseudocode to explain them, right? Just like polishing documentation, I think is something that I'm spending a little bit more effort putting into, just because I do need to keep track of these things and also learn to use them by myself. So we'll see. And then this SQLite writer. Okay, and then install glazed, and then use glazed help build first command to build a set of glazed commands to introspect the logs SQLite once you're done. Also add the help system and help pages, cglaze, help system, and glaze help how to write good documentation pages. All of that is like kind of in my Manus memories, but I like never know if it will like latch onto them or not. But it definitely knows install it and do all of that. So we'll see. So did it fix the double tool call stuff? Compute 1 plus 2. Inference started, tool exec result, tool execute. It still did it twice. Didn't it fix it here? Oh, it didn't. Oh, it's fixing it, right? And then once you're done, fix the double execute issue. I might have been too fast queuing things. All right, I like this. Topics, Geppetto inference engines, event streaming, Watermill. I don't fully know if this is great, but we'll fix it later on. Our turn inspector. Yes, it should install glazed. And this is also installing glazed. Doing help build first command. It's hopefully I'll figure it out. And here it's building the helpers. Where is the first execution done though? Oh, I see. This is good. Cool. So now it should be fixed. Bye. Now it's hanging. All right. Retry. Connection refused. Compute 1 plus 23. And it did one tool execute result, one tool call. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is great. Excuse me. Which amp finished? This one here? All right, cool. I don't know what's hanging on the buy. We'll figure that out later. Books, ambulance, fix, double tool call, double tool exec event, update docs. All right, sweet. Good start. The linting is going to fail. Let's let it run through. Run, go. Sure. Why does it create it? Why doesn't it understand it? Don't recreate the glazed pages. Why is it doing this? Like, oh my god, run, glaze, help system. Weird that it doesn't understand that. Like, do you want to run this? Yeah, always allow this. Very, very interesting when it like doesn't understand this stuff. All right. Yeah, remove and build first MD. Instead, use bash to call glaze help on these slugs and proceed. Okay, so the linting failed here, but that's fine. And then in Geppetto, do we have anything new here? Yeah, we changed the helpers. Ambulance, don't emit tool execution events twice. Boom. Yes, yes, See, this is what I wanted to do. Yeah. Why is it doing this? Is definitely like the anthem, and I mean, obviously my bad prompting here, but it's interesting to see how sometimes the model will get it right, and like then it feels like, oh yeah, it understood me, and then after, if it doesn't understand the first part of it, right, it started writing the wrong documentation pages, then I think just like poisons all the rest, and I wish I had like a rewind thing. All right, so go build, turn inspector help system, and then let's try it out. Go run dot help. Go mod tidy. All right, so this is broken. Fix the issue now that you read the upper glaze help build first command. You can also read glaze help commands reference. This package does not exist. It's weird because like this should be in the docs. I made sure that it has like the right packages. Yeah, and I also want to wind back the conversation, right? I want to say like, okay, well, I want to kind of like condense the conversation. If it like goes wrong for like forever and then finally I manage to prompt it, I want to remove all this like in between thing, but kind of like manually. I know that AMP is starting to compress the context as it goes. I've seen it like, you know, shrink its context, but I kind of want to have like a little bit more control about that. So, because yeah, so now it's running, right? And so now I can do this. Failed to create schema from all table turns to nuke null constraint failed. So update the doc pages after reading glaze help how to write good documentation pages and glaze help writing help entries. Also, why are we trying to initialize the table even when just help? Yeah, it's like a weird thing, right? Like correcting errors might be useful context, and sometimes correcting errors is just like useless context, and then sometimes having errors in there is just like bad context. And but you'll see. So I have this middleware structure in my agent, which basically, since we have this turn by turn structure, right, which is going to show structure of my interaction with the agent, which looks like a conversation to me, but doesn't need to be the conversation I sent to the LLM. Before you send stuff to the LLM, there's a whole middleware system that allows you to modify the conversation before it gets sent, and that's going to be pretty interesting. So I wonder where this is going to go. Actually, what we can do now is I have this tool called uh-oh, right? And then uh-oh help all has uh-oh help uh-oh DSL. I'm going to write some more documentation for uh-oh, which is going to be interesting in here. So here it's doing the turn inspector with its help, and I want to have now like generative UIs in my calculator engine. So how am I going to do that? I have up uh-oh here, and so I'm going to do amp335 run glaze help how to write good documentation pages, and then write a documentation about using uh-oh programmatically by calling it using a YAML string or a parsed TSL object store next to uh-oh dsl.md. All right. This is some pretty minimal prompting, but this is something I feel agents should be able to do. And like, this is why the to-do system that they have is like good enough for me to not fuck with it too much, because I don't really know what like really long running things are. But this long running, like, have multiple agents build things that they're kind of good at building, like these prototypes in Manus, but then pulling it together, that's something I'm going to explore more in terms of like, how can you leverage LLM coding parallelism without going mental as a human, right? Without having complex, I don't know if this is even good. I said I won't look at it today. So anyway, this is still building the ZeroLight SQLite thing, which is, I think, going to be really useful as a framework. And then here I'm generating documentation for this uh-oh thing, which, let me show you what uh-oh allows you to do. So go run command uh-oh, and then it's broken because it's modifying it over here. Is it even broken? Oh yeah, it needs to be bumped with glazed. So this will do it. It's basically what this allows you to do is you define, say, a form in YAML format, right? Like something like this. Oh, I have like multiple steps in my wizard, and I can do uh-oh run command uh-oh examples wizard steps navigation example. Okay, what the fuck is that? Enhanced navigation example. Maybe this is like a super old version that's installed actually. So the snake info, for example, right? It looks like this. That. So you have a select, you have an input, and then you have like just a form with different groups. And so if you run it through uh-oh, you get like this, and then you can select it, and then it just like outputs it. So I want to have a tool that allows the LLM to generate this stuff and then kind of integrate it. Okay, add a section to get the content of uh-oh DSL.md programmatically as well. Because we want to have uh-oh DSL as part of our prompt, right? And then I wonder if now it's able to do this. Okay, so read glaze help system and glaze help commands reference and make uh-oh compile. So this is going along. This is nice. This might be a really useful tool as well for agent coding. If you give it like a log access tool. Basically, I'm all about tooling now, and tooling that's token efficient. That really has like had the most impact on SQL agent tool like building. Okay. Yeah, this is not what I want. Yeah, the help is not good. I wish I could queue commands here. No need to define your own help command, by the way. The framework takes care of it. Not sure which doc, like the help system doc, I think is not good. It's too detailed, and I also redid the API not long ago. All right, so okay, so it did the init database. Do I really want that? Like, yeah, whatever. I don't care. Okay, command getting started. Turn inspector, create run, create turn, run list turns, show turn. Turn inspector. Okay. Commands reference. Okay. Gonna commit this. Right. Add documentation. Add a command that prints out. Okay, read glaze help build first command and turn all your commands into glazed commands with structured output. Run this in subagents. So the glazed framework allows me to do like output JSON, output YAML, adds like a whole set of filtering flags and all of that. So okay, so does this build now? Okay, this builds now. Run command, and then I can do command example wizard steps, and then YAML. Could not load, no groups found in form. So how do I run the wizard? Run command. Oh, run wizard. So why does this not exist anymore? Huh. Oh, look at that. There's wizard takes. Okay. So add pkg, add doc. And so now we can merge, add wizard task take one. Or like, what's the task here? Add more steps, add logging, add callbacks, add state. I'm gonna do this with M code. I've never asked it to do that. Amp, try GPT. So like merge this, fix and make it run. Actually, did we have a conversation for did I close it? What did I do here? Did I close the conversation? Yeah, I think I did, huh? God damn it. Amp threads list. Enhance, create documentation. Okay, amp threads. Continue this, and then maybe try GPT-5 just to be sure. Okay, merge tasks, make it compile, then write a documentation page on wizards format and running wizards. I'm going to do this in the top level. Yeah. Okay, but we're getting closer. We're getting closer. We have our zero-like SQLite bent. Why did it make a zip file? It should always make a zip file. Amp agent ready. Which one? Yes, always allow this. All right, git merge. I've never done a git merge in amp, so that's going to be interesting to see if there's... So we already fixed that, so hopefully it will do this. Task completed. It made our zip file, zero-log SQLite backend. Let's go check that one out. So we're going to go into our vibes, into our directory for today, and then unzip it, go into zero-log, go run dot, go work, use dot, go run dot, SQLite basic logging, blah, blah, blah. You can inspect the database using any light CLI, logsdb, and then tables, select star from logs. Okay, so move logsdb old, go run dot, and then do the same thing again, tables, So what's logs and with fields? Okay. I wish I had them as JSON. Anyway, we're going to add this. Um, we're not going to add the DB, huh? Git rm cached logs db old, git ignore logs db. Oh, and then we have like a separate thing here, right? Cool. That also seems pretty good. Not bad. Which one was that? Oh, this is the turns. All right, so we uh-oh going as well. So why does this? I'm confused by what Kitty is doing on this one. Oh, there we go. I knew there was like two. Yes. So this is uh-oh, right? Which is adding documentation. And it should have merged. So it merged it as well. That's cool. Try the wizard in tmux to make sure it works. So simple multi-step. Okay, this wizard will get you started. Thank you for providing your details. This is simple multi-step. Does it only have 2 steps? But it's asking for the user details. So I don't know interactive fields found in the form. That's weird. Run command examples. Why does it not autocomplete with file names? It's so annoying. Okay, so this one is broken, right? Seems to not show the form fields on the second page. Yeah, this is like going to be, it's asking for permission so often, because now it's like much more aggressive about like it's going to put all of this in the allow file, just saying like tmux send keys. So now everything is like asking me all the time to just press enter, which is really annoying. What is it setting here? What is it doing? All right, well, my job today is to press enter. Let me move this to 3. That's my job these days, enter presser. It's annoying because these like UI commodities change all the time. So like your workflow actually changes significantly just because they change something minor about the way allowing tools works or so. And then some of these tools are destructive and others aren't, right? Which is like the interesting part as well. It's like maybe it would be nice to have like a read-only mode. Exactly. That's my job as CEO now. Well, like I'm an enter engineer, staff enter engineer. But yeah, giving it tmux to test terminal UIs is really effective. I love it. All right. So once this is done, and we update the programmatic document, we can then import that into our agent and generate like ad hoc UIs, right? So that's going to be pretty cool. Yes. And we're going to commit. Because now I can do this like, run wizard. And now I can do this. And like I have these like multi-page wizards, which is really nice. Yes. I don't know what it's doing right now, but okay, cool. So what we're gonna do in here is well, we'll see. We're gonna start a new context using, and then we're gonna say, what's in the doc here? We have inference engines, conversations, caching, inference engines, streaming inference with tools. Okay. Oh, so this has a full example in here. So read, glaze, help, how to write good documentation pages and update to be much more about explanation and text and snippets and APIs and not just a big code dump. Yeah, just update the documentation first so that we can hopefully one-shot what we want out of the documentation. Okay, so we're going to leave it at this in here at books, add wizard DSL docs. Once we have this documentation, I'm going to ask it to write a tool that basically does generative UI into our agent. Yeah, it's funny how in the thinking process, it like actually does the rewriting and then it just like copy pastes its thinking, which always feels like something you could then collapse. You know, by adding a prompt saying like, oh, by the way, tell me if you should collapse what you just said. Oh, that's also like a feature that I wanted to build, which is like adding the thinking tokens parsing to Geppetto, but maybe that's for another day. So it's failing its edit tool. Also, one thing I noticed is you can't like go back to individual substeps, which you used to be able to do, but maybe that's also just the UI. So it's reasoning about the file patch. Cool. And that was a lot of tokens about editing files. Okay, cool. Oh, it's still running. I was like, did it finish its glaze stuff? It didn't. Hopefully this patch is going to work. And then we'll do the generative UI part. Once we have the generative UI part working, which is more like a side quest, to be honest, but I do want then to integrate the turns and the conversation structure into this one agent that we're building. And that will be a significant step forward. And then I'll probably take a break. But then we can actually build this like real extraction agent with all kinds of like little agent building blocks that are going to hopefully be pretty cool. Yeah, so register a tool. Okay, so this is all great. And see, before you could have like a little plus here that would allow you to go back in between parts. I think now you can just go back to these big parts here. So I'm going to say run read 01 streaming inference with tools and programmatic and create a tool and add it to Pinocchio command agents simple chat agent as a generative UI tool to be used when data is required from the user. When more structured data is required from the user, use the function to get the DSL documentation as part of the tool prompt. Oh, let's see if that works. YOLO. I hope this works. This would be like a pretty good success. And also generative terminal UI. I don't think there's many agents that do that at all yet. Like this is probably going to be well, if I knew how to publicize the stuff I'm building. I finally have like one user of my software and it shows me that nothing works except the way I use it. Despite all the documentation and helpers I build into it, it's like there's just parts that I never use. And it's like, yeah, I cannot even read the config, it crashes. I'm just like, okay. All right. Like this is a pretty big deal for me actually. All of this, pretty big deal. Still doing its structured stuff. I'm gonna push this. I'm gonna just like create pull request, add documentation, and run wizard. 60,000 tokens. All right. Is there something stupid that it committed? I guess not. I could ask it to like clean up the docs. Bad record Mac. Okay, cool. This is weird. All right, so it's building 2 new tool types. Why is it building that as main.go? Did it add that somewhere? No, it just like output it as text. Oh no, it did. Register tool generative UI. Get generative desk. Okay. Okay. Let's try it. This is a pretty big deal for me. This works. Didn't we have like a go run command agent, simple agent without the logging? Let's see. School sign up form. Because it's creating the whole tool call, right? Manual Odendal. Address, city, province, postal code. Do you agree to the terms and condition? Yes. Cool. All right, cool. Having a spinner would be great, right? While the inference is running. And then also, do we get partial cool tool events from like OpenAI? I don't think we get. It's like a simple form for cat naming. I don't know, it has like partial completion event for the tool call, right? What's your cat name? YOLO. How old is your cat? 23. It's playful and curious. And what did it say? Inference started. Oh yeah, here. The form has been successfully filled. Here are the details. Okay, cool. So this works. Well, that was elegant. Add generative UI tool. Okay, so how is... I'm gonna ask for something. It's like use lip gloss to build and potentially bubble tea. Because list repos. Yeah. I'm gonna add for Ian boba tea, Geppetto glazed oops, Pinocchio. Do CDI go work use dot cd dot done. Okay, that's good too. And potentially bubble tea to show a spinner when doing inference. And while also showing the streaming text without conflict. Use code as for example spinner accessible main.go as a way to do inline bubble tea components. I'm not sure how to do it without clearing the terminal. Write a guide on how to integrate bubble tea lip gloss components within an agent and store it next to simple main.go, simple agent, simple chat agent in Pinocchio. Okay. Cool. Generative UI works. So now we should, it's still running its tools to do glaze structured output on the turns. We're going to open a pull request here. This introduces a comprehensive multi-step and refactors it, CLI enhancements, documentation and examples. This is great. Oh, it's going to fail on the linting. So we'll have to fix that. And then I have to go pee again because I'm drinking Red Bull. All right, cool. This is my first agent ever in open source. It's a really big deal for me, actually. It's a really big deal because the possibilities are now going to be like pretty insane. Pretty insane. Okay, fuck this. Fix white space. Create post from YAML. And there we have a pull request. It's going to build a little bit. We're going to let it build, and then going to see how it does. All right, this guy is going to build a bit. I hope I committed before. Like the revert and cursor is pretty good. So see the language server needs to be restarted. All right, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right. Did this finish? I actually don't know what it did here. This guide shows how to integrate Bubble Tea and LipGloss UI components into a streaming agent. I mean, let's just try it out, huh? Oh, maybe not with the logs. Hello. I am good. How are you? Okay, but I do want to see the conversation, right? Like I do want to have the streaming message block is way too big and the streaming thing should disappear. I'm just going to copy paste all of this. The message output is way too big and doesn't grow. The spinner should disappear when done. I don't know if this is like a very productive option to go into. This is still going. Like, I wonder what it's doing. I guess I could go look, but... All right, so this was the Tmux dashboard. The turn stuff is still running. We have the zero log to SQLite part. This has failed linting. Interesting. Oh, because this is Golang C2. Okay, so, and we're going to copy from Geppetto the Golang CI this here. And then We're also going to copy the GitHub workflows lint YAML. All right. Arrow up, bump, linting. So this is going to restart. Let's go have a look at this, bro. All right, that looks better. Yeah, but now it removes the how are you doing? Yeah. But now the message disappears after completion. Oh, and let me see. Compute 1 plus 2. Same for displaying tool results, calls, execution. Those should stay. Maybe once the bubble T is closed, re-output as lip gloss so they stay. This is kind of hacking the UI. I'm not sure I want that in the longer term. It's still going, huh? All right, then maybe I'll take a break. But I'll definitely continue later tonight. This is actually quite exciting. All right. But GPT-5 has been doing a pretty good job, right? It's like in AMP, it was a little bit weird at some point where it wasn't understanding the glaze get documentation. But that could be either fluke, could be me prompting it wrong, could be like another model kicking in, which I don't know. Crush was disappointing today. Well, at least because I did a wrong build, but then when I installed the one through NPM, it was better, I think, right? But then I wanted to get shit done. So this is starting to look weird as fuck. But maybe we can turn this into a library. So let me try this again. Hello. Compute 1 plus 2. It didn't store calls, right? What are you doing? What's the weather in SF? Form intake. Yeah, it does some weird shit. Form intake for my cat animal. I hope I didn't break everything here. Compute 1 plus 2. No tool calls found in last message. I don't know if this was like the best idea here. I'm going to commit, and then I'm going to ask something fairly complicated of this tool. I'm going to ask it to rewrite this into proper charm bracelet bubble tea. Poop, broken bubble tea output. So the first thing I'm going to do in here is I'm going to start a new conversation, and I'm going to say add API if not existent yet to run a YAML as a bubble tea model to integrate it into bigger apps. I'm not sure if that is possible. See how readme as well to look at the underlying library. Dig deep, think hard, write a full report in TTEM 250809, integrating forms into standard bubble tea applications. So that's one. This is still going. I wonder if it's stuck. I wonder if it's stuck. Let's go see what the agent is doing. It's still going, huh? I don't know. Is it stuck or is it not? It's like at command show.go +311. I think it's stuck. Let's wait a little bit, but this seems like too long. All right. So this integration with bubble tea, making little widgets in something that's like not a full in control of the terminal app doesn't seem to go as well as I want. It went well for the forms, but I don't know where I started to break it. It's like when I wanted to have the little spinner. So we'll see. Because I have this framework, right, to do chat applications, but I think it's over-engineered right now. It's also indexed on this conversation model. And that's not something, that's something I want to just like analyze more on paper and do my own thinking around it instead of like vibing it as I go, because I don't really think architecturally when I'm in front of the screen. That's something I realized is like I do need to learn to step back again. I was pretty like programming on paper when this agent addiction loop wasn't there, like before agents. And then when agents came up, I kind of forgot it. I also was like pushing on this like extreme kind of vibe coding approach, which it like builds the API before writing the report. I guess I shouldn't have called it report because that implies after the fact. I should have done architecture design guide first. Whatever, let it build, let it build, let it build. So is this guy still stuck at +311? I think this dude is, so we're gonna be like continue. I think the sub agent was stuck. So Crepusculum, do you mean the programming language I'm using? yeah, I know Go fairly well. Uh, yeah, any reason you're asking? I haven't tried programming in languages that I don't know. So while I did a bunch of Ruby, which I kind of understand Ruby, but also I'm not like A, I don't like it, and B, I'm not like I haven't like Go I've been doing for like 10 years now. So um I'm reasonably comfortable in it. I wouldn't call myself an expert by any means, but I've done a lot with it. And then we also use like TypeScript, JavaScript, React at work, which I'm fairly good at as well, I would say. Or like at least I've built I've built like products with it in the past. I don't think I'm an expert in anything, to be honest. My memory is just like not good enough at that. So I like Go because I just get shit done. is like a short answer. Yeah, it's fun to be nosy. I'm super nosy as well. And the thing I like about Go is that its concurrency model like pretty well established, which means that every library you find kind of will integrate reasonably easily with other async concurrent libraries. I like that it has a single binary approach to things. I like that it's very simple in its style. It's backwards compatible, and all of these things make it work really well with like LLMs. I like that it doesn't have exceptions. I freaking hate exceptions. I like this like if error is equal to nil return kind of stuff. Always did, right? Like even in C++. So in a way, it just like meshes really well with LLMs, I think as well. I think quite a few people are saying that. I thought that, like because of everybody using Python and TypeScript, I thought LLMs would do really, really well on those. And actually, it's not really the case. I think they do better on Go. What languages do you use? Because my background is like really the programming language that has shaped my thinking around programming the most is Common Lisp. I was like a Common Lisp developer for a couple of years, and it was a really formative time in my career. And it really like just like influences even the way I write Go, right? Like the thinking of code is data, data is code, and you can shape these things is something that stays with me at any time. And it makes it hard to communicate at times because I'll be like programming and not really Go. I try to get back into Emacs, and like Doom Emacs is great, but also, I mean, at this point, do I even use an editor? At this point, do I even? But I used IntelliJ, and I really love the refactoring tools in IntelliJ. So Emacs was just like gone at some point. I tried to do Common Lisp again a little bit back before LLMs came out, and I don't know if Emacs is even like the best environment for it anymore, right? Like back in the day, Slime was like the end all be all, and I think there's like a new, I don't remember what it's called, the new mode that's based on Slime, but is like new in Emacs. But then there's this like VS Code VS Code Common Lisp integration that seems pretty cool. I got into NeoVim very, very recently, like 3 days ago, and I must say I kind of like it. I like it a lot. And Doom Emacs, I wasn't like joy, and this seems to bring a little bit more joy, at least immediately. But it just seems faster and more responsive. And I use Vim mode. Like my first editor back in the 90s was VI Vim. And so navigation is like Vim in my heart, right? Like even when I was using Emacs as a main editor, I never really got into it. I think back then Viper didn't exist. Although on the shell, I used the Emacs modes. I don't know. I really liked Emacs with org mode and the very early LLM days because you could just like send your whole buffer to it, like edit the buffer. Yeah, I love PHP. PHP is like kind of has a fond place in my heart. Yeah, I don't know how to learn the keyboard shortcuts. I mean, if you're happy with what you have, then you're happy with what you have. I don't use all that many of them, but they're so ingrained from when I was a teenager. Like I just don't forget them. It's just like ingrained in my brain. Although I should refresh, right, because I use like 10 of them, and especially now that there's things like Tree Sitter and these things which didn't exist back in the days, there's probably like some really good navigation hooks that I don't know. I don't even know how to do go to symbol in NeoVim, for example. So I've started like generating some documentation for me, because like NeoVim plugins looks really interesting. Okay, so however, let's go back to our vibing here. So it created this like integrate into Bubble Tea application. Okay, so create an example in that shows the integration into a bigger Bubble Tea app. Run it in Tmux to test it. New public helpers. Build Bubble Tea model. Form map string interface. Build Bubble Tea model from YAML. Form blah blah blah. Extract final values. So can it do wizards? Also, oh, we're gonna first try this one, huh? Also, one thing you can do, Crepusculum, with LLMs is like build me an application to teach me VI navigation, right? I'm sure that it already exists in NeoVim. But you could have it like do cheat sheets and flashcards and just basically practice it. Like I recently, like 2 years ago or so, I went through actually learning 10-finger typing. It was so freaking painful at the beginning, man. It's like for I think 2 months, I was just like, oh, I hate my keyboard so much, I can't do anything. And now I'm like 10-finger typer, and it's like so cool. It was like worth the time investment. So yeah, it kind of, like depends on how much time you want to invest. And is it even that important to edit files nicely these days? I don't know. The one reason I like Cursor these days, I tried going back to other IDEs. The Cursor tab completion is just great. I missed that as soon as I'm in, like, say, Goland, which I used to do refactoring. But then to edit, I go back to VS Code, and then to Vibe, I go to AMP Code. It's just like a mess. All right, so let me try out this application here. Embed is what it's called. So let's do this. Let's add the examples, the ttemp and the pkg. Sparkles add embeddable Bubble Tea API. This guy wants approval. That's cool. Turn inspector list turns output JSON. Cool. It's starting to build like proper Glaze stuff. Press Control C to exit. That doesn't work. The press Control C to exit part doesn't work. Also show another model in parallel with a keyboard shortcut to switch from the form to the other to show something a bit more complicated. Also show a spinner widget that activates at random times. Make sure resize plus keyboard events get forwarded properly. I'm getting a little bit off the path that I wanted to take here. Did I input this into the wrong? Oh yeah, this is totally wrong. This is the wrong program. Like, I wonder what it would have done. Oh, giving it the wrong prompts for a different program. Yeah, it's gonna be like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, this is cool. I kind of really like GPT-5, right? It's like so far we haven't done like any tragic misstep. It doesn't seem to have added like significant slop either, right? We do have a pull request actually open that now lints. So let's go do a code review here. Let me do a Copilot review as well. So we have 50 files because this has mostly merged something from the past as well. We fixed the checkout, release YAML. Okay, that's cool. The Golang CI, the Go releaser, that's all good. The example, okay. It moved the files around. I think this all comes from my wizard stuff. Run command is new because it was moving. Run wizard stream. Because we had a run command from before, right? We have the streaming tests, which are probably not that great, but that's from before as well. We have all these like new wizards. We have the documentation. Not from today either. Action callback example. Man, there's just like, this is like slop stuff, I think. This was 4 months ago, so was this already Sonnet 4? I don't know how I built this. This seems like completely overboard. This is Sonnet shit. All right, so then we changed the main. We removed the run example and the command. Okay, so that's good. And what's the stuff we did today, right? We have the programmatic doc. We added the doc, so that's cool. The documentation will have to... We haven't fully validated it, but it was enough to add our form tool to the generative UI to our thing. This is way too long. The wizard DSL, like its examples. Way too long. We'll merge it anyway. It also has like 2 wizards docs. Yeah, this is better. This looks like doc from before. I wonder how much of that is from the old, from the previous branch. Like that for sure is from the previous branch, and this one's like Sonnet 4-y. Like action step, decision step. I don't know how overboard, how much involved I wasn't there. I think for the steps I was pretty involved. Yeah, see, this is from April. It's April 8th. All right, whatever. What the fuck? Oh, let's wait on the Copilot review, right? Did Copilot review it? Okay. The hard-coded not set message should be configured. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, this is like the typical... Yeah, okay. Can it fix it? No, it can't, right? So logging framework stuff is like a good it's like a good insight. So can I do this in Codex? So how do I create environment? GitHub or name pre-install packages, go, cool, agent, internet access, common dependencies. Okay. Use this. And then I'm going to say fix. Address. Copilot comments. I don't know if it's able to do that. Let's see. PR's welcome, Copilot, indeed. Well, I wondered the codec stuff, right? Like, I've never really played with integrating it and stuff like that. The few times I tried it, it was like, oh my God, this is fast. This is cool. The lead, the tech lead on it is a good friend of mine, but we haven't talked in like a while because he's like fucking camping all the time. He's like a technophobe, ironically enough. All right, so what is this doing? So use tmux to test, you idiot. This is the turn inspector, which finished. Okay. Read the glaze docs and create a nice detailed doc on programmatic integration into another program. Use subagent. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a subagent on how to use this programmatically, and I'm going to use a second subagent to actually read that doc and build something programmatically to integrate it, and then correct the doc. All right. That's great. I like that it's able to do this stuff in like one single bash call, which I like. Okay, let's try it, huh? Where was it? In uh-oh? Nice. So what changed? Yeah, this is cool. Lipstick, add more widgets to the bubble tea. What is it doing here? It doesn't need to read all of this. Oh, maybe. Okay, format. Please use program run instead. So yeah, it read too much, but we'll see what it does here. This is the Tmux dashboard, which we don't need. Once we have the merged, I'm going to ask it to use the Bobity REPL. So the Bo REPL, well, it's a REPL. So if we go into Bobity and then we do run command, is there a REPL? Examples REPL, go run command, no, examples REPL. And right, this would be this. And then what else do we have? JS REPL, console log 123. I thought I had like funnier REPL examples. Guess not. I used to have like much more fun REPL examples. Is it in main maybe? Where you could like change the theme and stuff like that. See command REPL demo. Remove duplicate docs and examples. That's command REPL demo. Does this still work? Yeah, because run multi-evaluator REPL. Okay, well, how did I change the themes? That one was like fun. Run example REPL. Why does this not run the themes anymore? All right, whatever. We are in Bobity. What was the difference here? Oh, we have the event metadata changes. This is just like white space changes, huh? It changed the package names. Go run dot. No, use tmux, you idiot. Why do you always forget this? It's literally in the agent MD. Oh, because it doesn't load the agent MD. The wizard DSL, we don't need this anymore. This is now programmatic integration. Okay, in a sub-agent, read programmatic integration and use it to create a test program in command examples. We are here in our turn repo, right? Turn inspector. This is now maybe a good time to commit. Git stat dot git add dot ci sparkles add glazed verbs. Let's take a look at one of those verbs. But I think with GPT-5, this is like, see, this is like not, if I had asked Sonnet to do this, I would have like 18 million files here. Instead of just modifying the existing ones, I'm sure it would have created like 15 more. So I really like part. And then if we look here, this is like fully on point. This is really like nice minimal stuff. It understands the stuff really well. I like it. Yeah, I like it a lot. This is good stuff. Sparkles, add glazed verbs. Right, there's nothing set anymore. Okay, did I already commit it? All right, anyway. What we're doing here. Oh, we're just fixing the lints to then update the pull. Oh, did I already merge the pull request? I might have. So this is doing the turns. This is Tmux dashboard, which we can close. Oh, this is fixing the pull request, right? The fuck is that? Oh, this is the full pull request, huh? So I don't see the changes that it did on here. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have asked it to fix a pull request, right? Because it can't push to the branch. So I have to open the pull request to the pull request. What did that do? Let's see what it does, and then we'll merge it. Then we'll have to rebase our current version. Okay, so this finished. Satisfied the linter. This is going to fail the lint, right? I passed the test, and then what is it going to do on the lint? Oh, so this worked. All right, well, let's do this. We're going to merge this one. Yeah, Codex is great. It's like so fucking fast. And then we're going to base on this pull request here. Git fetch origin. We should have like a couple of fixes here in the embed, right? So we're going to try rebase origin main, get a conflict. Origin. Oh, did we get rebase abort? Git fetch origin. Get rebase origin main. Origin main go mod tidy. So what's the conflict here? Maybe rebase was not all that good. Yeah, maybe we should just merge. All right, git rebase abort, git merge origin main. Oh, this is the spinner stuff, right? Oh yeah. So and then what did it delete? Add validation, build bubble T model. Why? Oh, okay, copied it somewhere else. What did it do here, though? What was the change that I... Oh, was like adding the spinner and all of that. Holy shit. Alright. Merge origin main. It's a lot of conflicts, man. Number of unsolved conflicts. Okay. V. V. No validation. Form DSL. Number of unsolved conflicts, 8. That's not encouraging. Okay, so here we want C. C. Okay. Why does it always say error while writing? Am I not focused on the right thing? So, map string interfaces simulated, registry not available. This looks like the remote seems better too. So, wait. Okay. Why does it say error while writing? I am focused on the right thing. What the fuck? So here, clearly, the error is going to be A. What the fuck? I guess I can't do it in full screen for some reason. So the merge conf here, I'm going to say this is V. And then V. Yeah, I don't get this error while writing. Okay. Okay. Should I just crush it with GPT-OSS? Or with Qwen? Huh? Huh? It removed like 229 files, lines. No, it just like removed one, right? Oh, my dear Emacs. Oh, I use Emacs for Maggot because that's like a really, it's like so ingrained. All right, create pull, no, so git push force. because the pull request is already open. And it should be a very small pull request now. I mean, small, 700 lines. But those should be more readable. So we have an example form, we have a main Go. So this is all our embedded example. Then we change the form DSL to have the embeddable bubble tea part. We have one more log line. Okay, cool. And then we have the documentation. So this is pretty clean. The merge went pretty well. And indeed, there was this one log statement that I saw was on the left side and not on the right. So we're going to wait for, those also went through already. 14 seconds, 25 seconds, the cache did its work. So here we go. And now that we have that, what we can do here is rebase, so git fetch origin. Oh no, we're in the wrong one. Git fetch origin, git rebase origin mains. This is just like some cleanup stuff. We're gonna clean all of this. We're gonna go to my corporate headquarters into we're gonna rebase it, and then what went wrong here? Yeah, whatever. And then we're gonna do make tag patch release, which is going to push a new tagged release. And what is it doing here in the turn inspector? What did I tell the turn inspector? Oh yeah, to test the documentation, right? And then I think I'm going to go swim. I'm going to go eat, and then we'll continue. Because once we have the turns, we'll expand the agent to do this. Oh, actually, now that I have the forms, we'll transform the agent into the full thing, right? So now that we have integratable into all of this, so use integrating bubble tea lip gloss. Is that what I want? No. 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 We're gonna okay, use REPL-MD. And what is it? The bubble tea embeddable documentation. Didn't we have a doc in here? Why don't I see it? Programmatic. Oh, integrating forms into standard bubble tea applications. And standard bubble tea to update the simple chat agent. To be a full bubble tea application instead of a mishmash. That doesn't work. So this was building. Should I start a new session? Sure, why not? Let's try it. In the meantime, this is creating its turn-based stuff, because if we have bubble tea solid with a REPL for a simple chat agent, then I'll integrate the turns, which will allow it to be a real agent. And then tonight we'll integrate our actual invoice parsing regex with a custom UI kind of stuff, which is going to be really cool. Like we'll have like a side pane with like agent specific stuff being shown as a dashboard and like all kinds of like things I'm really good about. We can have generative UI in the agent, which was more like a candy kind of thing, but also going to be like interesting. Is it going to be stuck or not? I don't know. Let's see. In a sub-agent, read, create programmatic integration. What is it doing here? Grep. Is it being stuck in here? Yeah, why is it doing this stuff again? Like go env, go build, undefined, runner with processor. What is all this garbage? I think this is not going well. This is with the turns, right? So maybe we should start opening a cursor on this one and see a little bit more what's going on. Open project, code, corp, vibes, 8, 9, turn inspector. All right, so programmatic integration. What the fuck is that? No, I totally misunderstood what I was asking for. Okay. So if I do list, yeah, okay, so I do want to have a programmatic document. So, okay, so write a document. So, no, so run glaze help how to write good documentation pages and write a documentation page detailed on how to use the turn ent models in and queries for turns and conversations and how all these models relate to each other, high level. Runs, turns. Write a document in docs. On how to use it programmatically. So, all right, cool. Detailed, extensive. I guess it completely misunderstood what I meant by the documentation it should write. It was maybe a little bit too terse in my prompting, which is fine because that's where I tend to overshoot usually. Tend to be a little bit too terse, and then if it misinterprets it, it writes like the wrong documentation, and I guess we spent a bunch of money on it. I should have asked for design before before doing this. So actually what I'm going to do, because this main.go is going to start to be big, so split stuff into command agents, simple chat agent, EKG, to have a smaller main file and a more structured UI design different models for different models, right? So I'm going to add this. So it starts having like a little bit of an easier job. I hope copying code out of a main file is always like something that's a little bit tricky for models. That's when they tend to like degrade the code quality. So we'll see how that goes with GPT-5. It's not something I've tried yet, but that's where really subtle bugs come in, where we replace like break with continue, like those kinds of like weird ass mistakes. I also didn't look about the length of my context window, which is something to take into account when you start doing this, like copying code left and right. So we'll see. I'm pretty happy about the codec stuff, right? That one's smooth. I should use codecs more, I think. I think that was really smooth. I wonder if there's like other tasks I could ask it to do. Can it use Tmux, for example? I don't think it has Tmux installed. What could I ask it out of the stuff that I have? I guess I could having it build like tools for the regex extraction and all of that. I'm not sure. This is on like a branch of Geppetto. It's all interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna try something on Geppetto. So use the new inference API, and I'm gonna go into Geppetto, and I'm gonna. Oh, what did we change here? Update inference docs for tool use. Let's go see codecs. So manage environment, create environment, GitHub organizations, and Geppetto. Code execution universal. Yeah, setup script automatic, agent internet access, cool. All right. All right, use this. On which branch? We want the task use inference. Wait, what? Oh, it pushed it to Gogo Golems. Task use inference API for Pinocchio. And what is this? Oh, the number of versions? I'm going to try 3 versions. 2 versions. 3 versions. Add a middleware that initializes a SQLite database configurable and has a table agent mode with a prompt and list of tools so that the middleware instance stores the current mode and adds that to the conversation messages as a guidance. It also always gives information to the LLM that it can change mode, and then parses that as a YAML as a tool. Oh, I think middlewares can't modify tools yet. Can change mode by parsing out a YAML struct. This is really vague, but I'm really curious to see what it will do. Fast mode where the agent doesn't edit code. Make a detailed design and architecture and implementation and testing guide. Be very code specific. Mention files and function names and pseudocode. All right, let's let it design. Oh my God. Oh no, it started it. Cool. All right, I'm curious about that. So this is splitting the whole thing, which is great. I hope it does a good job. I'm curious about this codex. I should use it more often, huh? Because it's fast. Like it's definitely, you can tell that having like this custom model is like, whatever they do is like pretty neat because it really flies. I wish they allowed to do custom Docker environments because it'd be really nice to, well, I want to have this tool to acquire credentials from Vault. OpenRouter has a way to manage API keys, right? Which, like, the one thing I want to do is when I run something in there, give them the option to acquire a key that will be deleted in an hour and that I get notified when one of the agents wants to acquire that key. That way they can test with like LLMs, right? And then I can like interact with it. Because it's like sharing credentials with agents. It'd be really cool to just have it like be something fairly transparent and that I can manage fairly easily. All right, so middleware for agent modes. Cool, we have our first document. So new file, middleware, mode middleware, dv path string and default mode. Open this, ensure table mode lists, prompts. If no rows as is current, guidance injection should prepend a system conversation message describing to reply, change this. Use conversation new message with a blah, blah. Mode change parsing and persistence after next returns. Inspect the last assistant message. Extract blocks via regex. Parse with this. Mode pseudocode highlights. Yeah, this is good. This is how it should be built. So same here. Current mode, it has its table that we don't really has the current. We don't need to store the current mode in the DB. The rest is pretty similar, right? Like it does the next. Inject guidance, current prompt. It adds like a second system prompt. That's not necessarily like the best way of doing it. So this one is a little bit lower quality, but it like overall understood what to do. Error loading task, cool. Version 3, design overview, informs that the LLM can be changed by returning a YAML struct. This is like less good because the prompt is not what it should do. All right, so the first one is pretty good. One thing that we can do in middlewares right now is like modify the list of tools, right? So we're gonna just ask that, right? Describe a task, Geppetto, task, use inference API, make a design detailed reference functions, file names, use pseudocode explain to allow middlewares to modify the tool selection available to the inference. We're going to do this in Ask, and we're going to do 3 versions as well. We're going to do, I mean, I guess it already started. Cool. Yeah, I like this. This was some pretty good suggestions. I wonder if there's like some GPT-5-ish stuff under the hood there as well. Simplified imports from the new, use AUI register calculator tools, instantiate new chat evaluator, and the new app model runs the whole app as a, yeah, I'm curious to see if that works. Command agent, simple chat, and then simple chat agent. Hello, how can I assist today? What's shaking? Okay, compute 2 plus 2. What is that little thing over there? The spinner and that like inference started output and stuff like that. What tools do you have access to? See, the streaming part should like disappear. Create a minimal form to ask for ice cream. Oh, this is nice. Okay, so except for the streaming part and this like little inference started part, what's the help? Quit, multiline. Why? Oh, because it's streaming and I can't stop it, right? Quit. Okay. And then it still hangs. Okay, so this is great. I'm going to commit it. Much better bubble tea agent. And great, except the top pane, the spinner always seems active. Also, the inference tool call, whatever the active step is, should clear once it's done. Basically, just a status line. Let's see if it's able to understand that. But this is taking shape like more nicely than I thought. So enable middleware layers to dynamically alter which tools the inference engine can call. Pass toolboxes through context. No. Teach tool middleware to honor the context toolbox. I don't think this is what I want. I want to add this to the middleware signature. All right, so middleware that installs a modified toolbox, or is that the toolbox that are passed through the context? No, they're not, right? So is this how the agent does tool calling? How does the agent actually even do that? Simple agent, no, tool call, generic tool calling. How does this work? New in-memory registry. The registry is used to run the tool calling loop. And then this does execute tool calls. Oh, so the middleware. So how does the inference know how to get which tools, right? So run inference here, make completion request. And then how does it know which tool calls to add? Where's the tool definitions added? Tools enabled. Oh, the tools are stored in the engine. And the tool should actually be in the inference running. Okay, so that's a more complicated refactor, right? Context carried tool selection. So carrying the tool registry through the context is like not what I want, because this is a little bit opaque. It should be like always passed into run inference. Because we can't modify the context as we go. So that means the middlewares would also have to like get a toolbox that they can modify on each iteration. The other thing is that conversation could be a struct that includes the tool calls that are enabled. That would maybe be the best way to do this. Oh, I got you trying out Codex. I mean, I remember when I tried it, I was like, oh, this is really tight in the terms, in the way it does like tool calling. If you look at like worked, it's just like is really fast, and it just like these really tight tool calls, and it's just this like apply patch. Like, I don't know, I just like kind of liked it quite a bit. See that, the apply patch thing? It's just like, I don't know. It was just like the fact that it was so fast. So the middleware that should have the tool selection modification. Let me look at version 3. Store tool selection in context. Yeah, so they're all doing this, right? The problem being that the middleware signature gets a context, and then it's able to call next and modify the tool selection thing that's in the context, but I don't think this is what it should be. I think conversation is not a great name, because it should be like inference context, right? Which contains all different settings that we might want, but be model independent. I'm trying to think out loud here. Is this a good enough hack to just add at first to make things work? Just so that I can do my agent mode middleware that modifies the tool selection? Or should I just add the tool registry to the inference call? Yeah, I think adding tools to run inference is probably the best part, tool definitions. Oh, God. These design decisions, man. Because this is like changing the API quite a bit, and I didn't realize that I would need this. I'm gonna use this again. But this time I'm only gonna use two tries. Design a changed conversation. No, wrap. Turn conversation for run inference and middlewares into a struct that contains the entire inference context for a LLM call. So messages, tool definitions, whatever else you think is nice. Update the run inference API and the middleware API and the engine definition. I like this. I don't know how much it costs. Because I'm sure on Pro, I still have like some limitations in here. All right, my brain is starting to give out. I don't remember where we were. I think I wanted to have no more always on spinner. The active step clears on completion. Lint is green. So let's try out our agent UI and then I'm going to take my break. So we have the simple agent. We say, hello, streaming. How can I assist you today? What's going on? So why does it leave that up here? Oh, yeah. Yo. So it's almost good. We just don't need compute 2 plus 23. Create a form to check my health minimal. It's going to be a long ass form. Okay, so almost, right? Clear the streaming completion widget under the spinner. Can we stream straight into the REPL output? And then I'm going to add one more thing, which is going to be cool. Oh, maybe I should stop. Who knows? But yeah, I like how fucking fast this is. It's just like it does a lot in a really small time. And the integration with GitHub is pretty nice, right? Like I haven't tried the Cloud Code integration. I know AMP maybe has something now, but it just felt really tight. I hope that they do custom Docker images soon. It just feels like a pretty professional kind of tool, the way it's set up. Has a proxy for the internet, has like a bunch of development environments from the start. It just like feels pretty polished compared to the jank that Cloud Code and Co are. Which I'm glad that I'm able to say that about OpenAI. That's because they really put quite some effort, I think, into improving their product skills. Yeah, I really need to get up and stuff. We've gotten quite far. I'm pretty happy with all of this. Write a document on how to use it programmatically. Okay, so I actually haven't looked at this, but this might be the next piece of the new client. Okay. Creating data, client run metadata, create. A little bit exhaustive, right? Exhausting the API here. So, because while I go swimming, might as well like have it build stuff. So in terms of what we have here, this is good. Add programmatic doc. So add a set of nicer APIs to create, update, delete, instead of showing the raw ent queries, especially around metadata. Okay, make a design. Oh, this is not the one that I wanted. Turn conversation into a struct. Okay, so run inference only accepts conversation, preventing callers from supplying tool definitions or other contextual data. Only takes this. No way. Create shared inference issue. Middleware API only exposes raw messages. Engine store tool state internally via configure tools. Tool middleware and helpers assume conversations only. Like this is like repeating the same thing over and over and over. Did it just like not understand what I was looking for? I probably was too terse. Okay. Create a detailed architecture implementation design guide on how to solve this. All right. 3 versions. Okay, does it go straight to the REPL now? Let's see. Hello, my boy. How are you doing? A long shell script. Okay, cool. Compute 2 plus 2. Okay. Okay, this is cool. This is good enough for a starter UI. Improve UI for REPL. We can't stream into the REPL straight, I think, but we'll add that one day. So I want to do one more thing here. Modify the agent UI so that there is a sidebar that can be toggled with Control G that shows all the computations done with the computation tool. I hope that this prompt does its work. Because if I'm able to prompt UI changes for agents this way, I can build these like crazy agent UIs. And that would be really cool, right? Like that would be a really nice way of building out agents that go way beyond the Claude Code stuff that we have right now. And I think there's a good chance that it might. All right, so we have a design here. Today, conversation is an alias for message. The goal is to turn this conversation is now a list of messages, tool definitions, metadata, model, temperature, max tokens, user ID. This is perfect. API and engine refactor, run inference on the conversation. So this should be renamed into something different, into like inference context. Yeah. So this is good. Let's see what the other version says. Oh, this was, wait, so where's the other? Oh, it's like, oh, see, look at that. That's a nice UI. Replace slice alias with a struct that captures full struct. So this type conversation is now messages. This is very similar to the other one. Engine interface. This is detailed implementation plan, which can be good or good. high-level architecture, conversation struct, and then this is pretty much the same thing, right? All right, well, that's something we can do later on. I'm going to do the UI here. And I'm saying that I'm going to stop for like the last 2 hours, but this is going better than I thought, which is cool. This added more tools. All right, well, run and test it. Test the example program. Should I build one of those? Just see what happens? I guess I should. Implement, but call conversation inference input, inference context. Nah, context is not a great name. Inference input. Yeah. It's not, because it's already called run inference, inference input, inference request. Inference request. Yeah, that's a good thing. No, because the response is going to be inference request 2, right? And have the result of the inference be a inference result? Nah. A inference context. All right, let's, oh shit, it's going to code it 3 times. Whatever. Guess I'm going to go burning through tokens again, but show sidebar computations, computation record, add a toggleable thingy here. Why is this in app? Event tool call execution result. This is not all that good, I think. Make sure to add the execution result only for calc tools. Because if I run this, more computations. Oh! Also, the sidebar should be its own model with its own resize to be fairly, like 20%. In a separate file and rendered side by side using the libgloss layout functions. Pass, resize, through, and all that. Going into complicated UI stuff with Charm Bracelet, which I should maybe I should have a prompt. This is going fast as fuck. I didn't tell it how to build and how to test it though. So we'll see. It probably will figure it out. Yeah, this is just really tight. I just like that. And it's like removing stuff. It's creating like pull requests out of it. Oh, conversation package import cycle. That's going to be fun to figure out. Wonder what it's going to do here. I'm curious to see what's going to come out of this. But after, I think I also like nerd snipe myself with this sidebar. Yeah, cool. The codex pretty nice. I like it so far. They all kind of complement each other, and like none like feels like catastrophically better than the other ones. In a way, I think GPT-5 definitely makes a big difference. Like, I mean, at no point today have I like yelled at slop, which is great. At no point have I yelled at slop. Actually, that's a pretty good metric. That's like my vibe coding metric. This is like this is definitely a pretty complex refactor that touches everything, right? So I'm curious to see where it will go, and especially because it doesn't have like a way of actually testing it, because I haven't given it like any keys or so, right? Man, I really hope that I get this UI to work. Yeah, use the join. That would be killer. That would be so killer. I mean, we're always there, and I have like widgets that are insane. I can render like InkJS into a bubble tea widget. I have all kinds of widgets that I built over time. I have like little like spark lines that I built the other day. And then of course Charm Bracelet has like a whole set of widgets, of course. So did I tell it to fix the crash? No. So when I asked it to do multiple computations before you add, actually, let me see. Compute 2 plus 2. Oh, look at that. Compute multiple things. All right, so this crash still exists. That's cool. Yeah. So this is still going. is also still going. I wonder if I can then like have like Gemini do me a report on what this all was about. Why is it not able to do this quoting thing? Alright, whatever. Alright, it's great that it's all free currently. Why did it crash actually? Selector, layout. Huh? Why did it create a form? Maybe we can do like log level debug. Let me see that. So log level debug with caller log file agent.log. Run multiple computations. Compute 2 plus 2. More computations. Do more. Create multiple. Call the tool multiple times. How did I make it happen? Or did it fix it already? More. Yeah, it updated the sidebar, huh? Compute 2 plus 3. Compute 2 plus 15. More computations. All. Cool. Make a cat vet intake form. Manual 1 through 3. Foo. This is turbo. Is 12 male. Great. Yes. Yeah, man, this is sick. I love it. Proper agent UI. Is there anything in Pinocchio and Geppetto that we need to commit? Anything else in this workspace? Uh-oh. Has a new commit, yeah, because so Bobity has changes. O has changes. Yeah, the form format is great, huh? Like all this work that I did over time is like starting to come together, right? It's like it's pretty fun. So art, some kind of rendering crash on empty select. Okay, that was like the thing that crashed. What else? Uh, did we already merge this? Did we do the pull request? Yeah, we did the pull request, huh? So I'm gonna create this fix crash empty select, go format, stat, and then create a pull request. Fix crash. All right, prevents application crash. All right. Oh no, it's gonna build everything. What was the other thing that was like modified in the status? So and glazed has 2 changes, and then boba tea has 2. That's interesting. What changed in boba tea? So the Gangxi Island changed. Oh, it is. Okay, so this is arrow up, update, new Geppetto packages. Actually, there might be more things to change now that we changed more. But I really like the UI for this agent as it's starting to take shape. So, and this also seems to be taking shape. Yeah, this is nice. Ran and validated. Okay, cool. So the documentation in our turn inspector is also validated. And Sparkles, validate documentation for our turn. Models. We're going to push all this vibe coded stuff. And when we come back later, I will integrate the turn structure into our agent. We will build some middlewares to do some more advanced conversation massaging. And then we'll build like a bank statement categorizer with some pretty advanced features in terms of visualizing what's going on and the UI being able to, I don't know, we'll see where it goes. But I actually managed to do, if I go back to my diagrams, I managed to do like most of it. So if we go back, come on. So the versioning, I had Manus build it. I didn't try it out, and I don't think this is something I want to do today. But since I'm building more and more and more on databases, Yikes told me to use Dolt for versioning the database. So I had Manus build like a little prototype there. We added events, the turn structure, metadata to messages. This is what we're just looking at. It's looking good. It has like glazed verbs. It has like some kind of programmatic API. So that was nice to build. We used EndGo for it. So learning EndGo, I mean, I didn't really learn it, but I built something with it. And then we have connecting streaming and event stuff to Dialog Boba TUI. We have that. And if we continue, we used Manus to create this like turn API. So this is the same as before, right? Like this part here of the turn structure with SQL is in the turns part. The dashboards in YAML, it works, but also I don't think it's all that useful, especially now that we have the Boba T view. And then what we're going to do, so all of this is kind of built. Widget registry for conversation message widgets. We kind of have that in that we were able to build a widget to show the calculation calls, right? We have connected it to the REPL, which was like an existing thing that I have. And the next part is going to be to build this like extraction agent where it's going to have like its own category and regex and transactions and extraction analysis metadata. We'll model that and go. We'll build some widgets to query that and render it like live, right? And then when we have the agent, we're going to basically be able to interact with an agent until things are good, and then it's going to be turns, but then as we are happy with a set of regex, it will allow us to reset the context to a smaller context window, but have all this information in the database. Yeah, I shared it just because I use my phone as a camera. So I had to use my Mac, and this is kind of like my file exchange thing. Then I tried to transcribe it. It did like the O3 standard Tesseract thing, or like, what GPT-5 apparently does. And then I had to tell it to use its VLM capability, which was funny. And then I'm not sure how good this is. Actually, let me try. Make mermaid diagram for second picture. I don't think it can mermaid, can it? But yeah, this was like my file exchange thing, clipboard, because there's a camera on my Linux laptop, but I don't know if it works. Here's a mermaid diagram that supports it. It's not going to render it, huh? What is this? This makes no sense. Mermaid Live. AI repair. Oh, I think you have to be subscribed to do that. Yeah, and then it's like always this weird thing where it doesn't like parens, right? Interesting. Yeah, hallucinated like a shit ton of stuff, but it's also not all that bad, actually. It's actually not, no, it's actually pretty good. I mean, it reorganized it, but it like understood most of what I was going for. It grouped the things that I wanted to store, like this is correct. The extractor stage, yeah, like most of this is actually pretty cool. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. I don't know how I can do middlewares that open like UIs. This is something I'll have to think about on paper. All right, this is actually pretty good. It wasn't the page that I wanted it to make a diagram for, because it made like the third one. It's there, but it kind of understood what this was about. Oh, see, the tables are here, and I mean this is incomprehensible even for me, right? But actually did something that matches a bunch of the stuff I had in mind. It was able to group the middlewares and do like most of them. It definitely understood my handwriting, which is pretty nice. All right. Well, that's it for now, but I'll definitely continue tonight. And everything builds. This is pretty cool because now we have structured data. And we'll look back at I wasn't able to implement this change. I made a good faith effort as a replacement, still fails. And then this guy's still going. Yeah, so maybe I asked a little bit too much. Oh my God, this thing is like crunching and crunching. I think this will work in like AMP, right? So it's interesting. It's interesting how it like finished, right? Oh, that's pretty wild. That's pretty cool. And it's weird because they all make mistakes with like the paren, the quotes and stuff like that. You can't use like colon, I think. There's like a whole bunch of like little syntax things, which is like, okay, well, you should use like a different format. I was doing PlantUML with the very early models. So yeah, of course this doesn't lint. Of course this doesn't like compile. No Go files to analyze. Go mod tidy may solve the problem. Yeah, we'll have a look at that later. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm really happy with how far this all got. Cool. See you for.